feeling clarity and direction in what we're doing in the work. To start off this morning, I've asked Cathal to just bring us through the members' website in case everybody hasn't had a chance to have a look at it. So as a member of the Citizens' Assembly, you have access and a password, and if you've forgotten those or if there's difficulties, go to the Secretariat with that. But there is a members' area on the website that no one else has access to, just members. And so if we go into that, Cathal, I'm going to just get Cathal to talk us through, or to guide us through looking for a submission. So if we go into the members area, Cathal, and for example, one of our speakers from yesterday, if we have a look for MACRA, a submission from that. So the submissions are all themed, and they're themed by the Secretariat having read every single one of them and putting them into a grouping. The EAG are also reading submissions, and I'm reading submissions, and I know that you are reading submissions as well. But if we wanted to, for example, have a look at the macro one, we will go into the agriculture, or we can just do a search, sorry. So, is that okay, Cathal?
Yes, yeah.
Lovely.
So you can, I just do control find and type in macra, or click under agriculture, and it'll bring up all the ones under agriculture, including macra. Yeah. Down on there. So, for example, you just then click. Apologies, my eyesight is failing me. Am I on the right line?
You are?
Yeah. I can't see it from the screen in front of me here, so that's.
We won't go any further because we don't want anyone else to see them right now. All the submissions will be up online as the process continues, but for now, this is our members area. Yeah. And if, for example, then we wanted a different group, like maybe Birdwatch Ireland, there they are, and there's their submission. Now, Birdwatch Ireland were invited to present through the Irish Environmental Network the last weekend, but they couldn't attend. Their spokesperson couldn't attend, but they were invited, and here's their submission. And it's up to you guys now to have a look at it, as we have had. So that's just to let you know, because I'm sure there's lots of groups to your minds as well that, why haven't we heard from them? Why hadn't we heard from them? So it's very difficult to include everybody in our meetings, but we are doing our best to have that diversity of voice. And unfortunately, some people would like to attend but cannot attend, and that's how it's all worked out. Cathal, I didn't prep you on this, but if we wanted to look at resources that a speaker had suggested, can we just take a look at that? So if we go out, if we go home maybe? Not actually home yet, okay. Not Anne. You're not getting off lightly. We have one more important thing to do today. So there's a resources library, and there's also the meetings.
So if we go into today's meeting, for example, we'll see that there was some advance information uploaded, which includes material provided by speakers. Summarising what they're going to be presenting on. Not everybody has done this, and it's not completely up to date, but there's some useful reference papers and summaries of their presentation, as well as some relevant submissions that would be pertinent to the theme of this weekend's meeting. And likewise, when we get to next weekend's meeting, we'll have some of the relevant submissions that might be most pertinent to the theme. And then there's some video material, etc.
Yeah, so there's lots there for anyone who has a ton of free time. Now, we're not asking you to do this as homework because we realise that everybody has full-time jobs and they're here in their spare time. But if you wanted to have a look, you can. Mary, can we get a microphone to Mary? Denise, thank you. Can I wait until you okay. Thank you, Mary.
No, a number of people were asking where they could find the responses. It's that one. The responses from the EAG to the questions which were not answered at the previous meeting.
Yes.
There they are, yeah. Questions from members.
Thank you, Mary. So they're questions that we pulled out of the facilitator's report that weren't necessarily going to get mentioned in our chats today, but were needed to get answered, and so they're there, okay? So thank you for pointing that out, Mary. That was something to follow up on as well. So that's just a little view into that. As I said, It's not compulsory homework. No one is going to get punished. Please come back. If you haven't read anything, it's fine. Just please, the most important thing is that you come to meetings. But a lot of people have been asking. This is an incredibly engaged group of members. So if you wanted to have a look, there it is. So can I get the microphone over to table 7 as well? Question here.
Just a quick question. It's coming from Twitter. People are wondering who weren't able to tune in, where can they watch it afterwards?
Thanks. It's a great question. And Cathal?
Well, very simply, anybody who wants to watch it back afterwards can go onto the website, citizensassembly.ie, and I'll just see if I can very briefly demonstrate it here. You can find all of the video recordings of every meeting on our website. Except I can't see myself. Yeah.
We'll invest in new glasses for Cathal for the next one, I think.
I keep getting these messages from Specsavers saying, okay, so basically each of the citizens' assemblies, every meeting that's been live streamed, all of that video material is also on our website. So if I click there, you'll see that we're literally being live streamed right now. And
It's very Inception if we watch ourselves
Yeah.
online now.
so here we go, and you can see that if we go into the first weekend meeting there, you'll see all of the videos broken down by speaker, and any PowerPoint presentations or speeches that they gave are also all available. It's not loading up very quickly, but they all will be there. So anybody who wants to watch back, it's all online.
So it's all transparent, all open, and I even think maybe some teachers would like to go back over the presentations that we've had so far. Some of them have been superb. So it is all there online. You don't have to log into anything to watch what's already been there. So, and Robert, yeah?
Just a very quick one. The PowerPoint presentations that some of them have done over the last while, can we access them directly rather than scrolling through the videos? There was 2 particular ones I wanted to actually see the bullet
Yes.
points at the end of the presentations.
Yes.
We don't have them, do we?
So they will be online underneath the video. So when you go to a particular speaker that you want to read back on,
Yeah.
you'll see their video, and if they've used a PowerPoint, that'll be there as well. It'll be converted into a PDF, but it'll be the same
Perfect.
content.
Yep, thanks.
Great. Lovely. Okay, so with that then, I think that was a useful exercise, and thanks for the questions as well. With that then, let's open our plenary this morning with questions that are on your mind from last night. And I know 1 or 2 people have said they had a sleepless night, considering all of the issues. So I know people are taking, these are serious issues, and we have a lot of work to do to make sure we're getting the best recommendations we can. Anne, on table 6, lovely.
Hello there. I have 2 questions. The first question is on soil and soil testing of microorganisms. I was at an event recently during the summer, Farming for Nature, and the farmer there told me that the soil health is dependent on these microorganisms. But he sent his soil sample, had to send it over to the UK for testing. I was wondering about this. Why have we no facilities here in Ireland for testing analysis of soil for microorganisms? So I'm wondering, could that be addressed, and will there be a change on that in the future? The second question is on forests and forestry, and it's about the grant system. I'm wondering, is there an equity between growing in regards to grants with regard to forests, which are coniferous as distinct from broadleaf, and because it is biodiversity loss and we're trying to enhance biodiversity, is there a possibility that broadleaf trees could get precedence over coniferous ones in terms of grants, because they are enriching the soil and the life in the soil. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Anne. 2 great questions. Who on the EAG, the Expert Advisory Group, would like to take those?
Sure, I can start. On the soil testing side at the moment, the labs in terms of their accreditation in the country are mainly set up for soil chemical and physical tests, you know, so it's soil structure, soil quality and soil chemistry in terms of pH, lime requirement, phosphorus, potassium and some organic matter, and soil bunk density in terms of carbon sequestration. So it can be done within labs in Ireland, but it's not done on a wide-scale basis. So that's why in the UK there's more of a demand for this. So the labs, it has been worth their while setting up and having microbiologists tested and set up that in the lab equipment. So it can be done, but the demand isn't there for it yet because the standard tests don't incorporate the microbial analysis at the moment. So that's that one. On the grants for the forestry system, there's different grant rates. They are distinguished in terms of broadleafs have a higher grant rate than the coniferous plantations, but they both have the same 15-year premium rates. And we know that with coniferous plantations, you can get a return in terms of thinnings at 15 years and clear felling at 30 to 40 years, whereas you're waiting at maybe 40 to 50 years and 80 years for the returns from the income. So there does need to be some more differentiation, I think longer term grants for the broadleafs on that perspective. Plus some of the ones in terms of agroforestry and some of them and the native woodland scheme are only for 7 years. So it's less than actual the conifers thing. So there is a bit more of a weighting towards in the grant system as well towards the production forest because of the need and undersupply of timber for the building sector and the need for timber as well. So there is a slight weighting, a higher weighting in that, but that needs to be more rebalanced, I think. And longer term grants, and this long termism that we've seen from the speakers yesterday was really highlighted, that we need longer term commitments to pay and incentivise the provision of these environmental services that aren't returned in the markets. But I'm hoping that we'll see some changes in that now in the new forestry policy and for consultation next week, but we'll see.
Okay, thank you, James. Yeah. We have a question at number 2. Thanks, Caroline. Get the microphone to Emma.
Hiya, my name is Emma. I just want to know, at the moment there's a lot of private consultancy work going on in Ireland, and is there a possibility that that survey work could feed into the data gaps for the National Habitat Map or the National Countryside Survey work that needs to be done? Is there a chance that that work could be used as a dual purpose? Thank you.
I can comment on that. It's a great point. You're absolutely right. And I would have worked in several state agencies that are wrestling with that same problem. In other words, every year hundreds and thousands of consultancy studies are done, environmental impact statements and appropriate assessments, and hundreds and hundreds of pages that go in to the county councils, to the Marine Institute, to the EPA, and they're not used in the way that they could be. Because there isn't a proper national database system. Now, they can be used, I think, more, but there isn't a central repository for them in the country. That's the first thing. And different state agencies have talked to each other, but there isn't a solution to that. On the other hand, you talked about the National Habitat Map and so on. I think personally, based on my experience, and we heard this from some of the speakers yesterday, it is more appropriate for the state to take the lead on that, because it has the long-term resources. So TAGASC and the Ordnance Survey and the EPA, which are 3 agencies that have great skills and resources in mapping and in GIS, have come together. It's not quite there. James, in an answer to a question, said yesterday it's coming soon. But I think that's the place where a long-term commitment is needed for that. It's been too slow. It is coming. But the question of all the private consultancies is a really good one. It's hanging out there. It's not solved. Thank you.
Okay, more questions in our plenary today. If anyone else would like to... Not a lot of... Okay, David, thank you.
Thanks very much. Our table gave a hard question to Quilcha yesterday, but I found that one of his answers kind of led us a little bit further into the unknown of where is all this policy mess coming from. And what he said, and I am going to ask a question, but what he said was we have an obligation to the state to to providing income to the state. So what we're seeing with, I think it was Lynn Dix yesterday, she's saying that there is an unsustainable status quo in terms of this corporatization of the food supply. So I suppose the question is, how much of the policy that we get from Europe, from is a result of corporate lobbying to create policy at a European level? How much of it is to protect profits, to, in Ireland's case, pay back the ECB for our unsustainable debt? Is there a resolution at that level? I mean, I have to say I don't really understand all this, but I think this is where it's going. And I think we have to ask questions about how does local Ireland build up its environment while all the time being subject to some kind of corporate policy making being made at a much higher level than our own government is able to make. Does that make sense to anyone?
Does. Thank you very much, David. Mary, you can take it first. I imagine there might be a few answers to this one.
I think indeed there might be, and apologies for the voice firstly. I think I'm going to take a tiny step back from that and go, because you were talking about basically it's all about money, it's and then you have the lobbying element as well, but I don't think we can cast all the blame at the EU level by any means here. You're sort of asking about, there's a corporate focus that this is sort of driving the industry, and where is this coming from? Well, the Coillte it's based in the Forestry Act from 1988, and in the objectives, and I was frantically getting my phone so I could look up the specific objectives there a second ago, but if you look at it, it's about setting up the business, it's on a commercial basis, it's about being a profitable operation. Those are within Irish legislation, and it is there for good reason also about gaining money, being an economic enterprise and providing timber. But those are the core objectives that you can see within the legislation there that are driving this. It is possible to change this, it is possible to balance them out more, but that is basically underpinning that industry there. And then you'll see later documents where they're focusing more on environmental aspects as well, but that's their core objectives. And yes, we have been in very bad places with money in this country before, and we are trying to make money. This is one aspect of it. There have also been debates about what to do with Coillte before. My voice is now going to go again, so I'm going to pass on to anybody else in this panel who wants to go. Sorry.
Thanks, Mary. James?
This is a big question, but as Mary points out, the issue with the remit of organisations like Coillte, for example, is set under national legislation. So that's a national issue, and the 1988 Forestry Act sets out the objectives of Coillte, which is an overriding profit-making generation of wood. And coming from that time, that's where that has come from. But times have changed. So as we said previously in a previous week, legislation needs to change as objectives of society changes. On the corporate side and where the power lies, in terms of the way the EU operates, the European Commission are the civil service of the EU. They together propose the legislation but the main power in terms of decision making of what goes into this is the Council of Ministers, which is all our elected representatives that sits on the Council of Ministers, and also voting rights by the European Parliament that are elected by the local communities all around the EU as well. That them at ministerial level and at MEP level and at commission level, through civil dialogue groups, through lobbying, are subject to lobbying. Obviously, the groups that have the most money have permanent offices in Brussels and direct contact with the actual politicians who are sitting around round tables like this with them on a regular basis. So money, to a certain extent, facilitates access. The solution to this, though, is transparency. That everything that's said at them meetings, that is done at them meetings, that is lobbied to politicians, needs to be recorded and transparency. The trouble is, there is mechanisms, Mary probably know about this, about transparency and recording of lobbying registers, but then to have the time to go through all that and all that documentation, again, takes time. And generally the civil society groups, the NGO, obviously someone sitting in their own home in a local, in your house doesn't have time to go through all that. So there are barriers to this because of the complexity. And this, I suppose my main point is this: we need to simplify the complexity. Even the example I'm most familiar with is the Common Agricultural Policy. That our own individual CAP strategic plan, where we have a lot of power over that, is a 702-page document. That is not easy for anybody to read through. So it's all transparent, all the decisions are there, you know, but you have to go through an awful lot of paperwork to find the answers. Now, I know maybe that's not the correct response, but I think it's not as simple as, you know, there's this body of corporates who have all the politicians in their pockets with money, but it's that this sort of intricacies of the system facilitate more access for power and money, and having the time and resources to do that. I don't know if other people on the panel would agree with that, but that's just what I think.
Just one other comment. I'd remind people of a really powerful, simple statement that was said yesterday by the woman on the panel out of the 8 people on the farming groups, Aidan McGlone, and she said something very simple. We removed biodiversity, we being farmers, because of income and because of policy. So it goes back to your question, David, about how do you influence policy. And put that then in the context of the other farm organisations. It was very interesting to listen to them. Basically, they will respond to public pressure and they will respond to policy. Yes, they will lobby, but if the policy coming out, let's say in our recommendations, is we need more support for sustainability, for advisors, because that was a key thing that was coming out yesterday, then I think it's possible for the farm organisations to say, actually, that's in their interest too, and they use their lobbying to get behind that. I was encouraged by that yesterday.
Okay, thank you for those responses, and I'm going to come to Keith in a second, but just to respond to that point, David, our specific recommendations that have been given to us by the Oireachtas says we are to make recommendations on opportunities to improve the state's response to the challenge of biodiversity loss, how that can be resourced and implemented, and specifically opportunities to develop greater policy coherence. So that's a recommendation that can come directly from this Assembly, directly to the terms of reference, that maybe that policy on Coillte or CAP, whatever the room decides, that is within our remit to do that. So thank you for the question. Keith, on table 14.
Yeah, there was a couple of really interesting things yesterday in terms of one of the phrases that caught me was from the organic farmer when he said, basically, if the government tell us clearly what they want, then that's what we'll do. So I think clarity in terms of what the government want out of this is really key. The second thing is that the Burn project was really interesting and quite invigorating to see how things can actually work. It's a real pity that it's ending at the end of the year to be replaced by the National Acres Scheme, because it's taking out of the mix the local community element, which I think is actually an important part of encouraging farmers, and replacing it with a national scheme. One of the things that struck me was in terms of the farmers being able to qualify for the agri-environmental schemes. I was actually surprised at how few farmers actually qualify. If we want to do this biodiversity, it needs to be on a national basis everywhere. Why can not all farmers qualify for the agri-environmental schemes?
Thanks, Keith. Micheál, James, and anyone else?
Yeah. I know an awful lot what's going on with the Burn programme, because I finished working on the initial LIFE programme that it was based on in 2008 with Brendan, and we have devoted the last 15 years to try and scale that up to the rest of the country. So the situation is that the local level isn't lost, and the Acres General that was talked about a lot yesterday has also a sister. It's misfortunate they both have the same names because they're totally different programmes. The Acres Cooperation Project that Brendan mentioned. And that Acres Cooperation Project is meant to be designed with the locally adapted, results-orientated hybrid scheme that was the basis of the Burn. In the negotiations with the government departments and with Brussels over the last 12 months, we first had to make a situation where the regulations in Brussels were changed in negotiations in 2018 and 19. The articles in the regulations have been changed to facilitate this locally adapted results-based approach, and the Commission has now left the flexibility to the Member States to design it in their CAP strategic plans. The Department of Agriculture and the Irish Government and the Ministers have agreed that the locally adapted approach that has been developed in the Burn and tested and rolled out in these various EIPs should be rolled out around the country. The plan on the local side of things is there's 8 now local cooperation projects, including the Burn, the Aran Islands and parts of Galway are included in one area. We have Connemara, Mayo, Donegal, the eastern uplands and the southeastern uplands where the Hen Harrier programme is as well. So there's going to be local programmes there. The plan was that they were going to have local action and diagnosis plans, which they would still have. They were meant to be done in consultation with stakeholders. But the whole negotiations took so long. The final spec has only been published in the last month. The actual has to be rolled out to farmers on the 1st of January. There hasn't been time for sufficient consultation at local level, and there's been an information vacuum. Brendan is very frustrated on this, as a lot of us are. And the situation, could be a lot better. The 10,500 is a problem, there's not enough money in it. The local approach is slightly lost or slightly hidden in all this. It could be a lot better, but we're on the right trajectory. And one of the things I worry about at the moment is the Acres General one is just a replacing of the general approach, and having the same name on a local approach that could be an awful lot better is a lack of transparency, and the whole process could be lost.
Thank you, James. Micheál, did you want to respond to Keith's question as well?
No, just that I would echo what you said yourself at the beginning, which is this idea: if the government tells us, what they want in terms of policy direction, and so if you think back on the narrative of all during yesterday, from the time that Ireland joined the European Community, which is nearly 50 years ago, January 1973, next January it'll be 50 years, there was a direction of policy for agriculture, which was expansion, intensification, and the most recent phase of that was abolishing the milk quotas in 2015. And all those policy documents, Food Vision, Food Harvest, Food 2020, were driving that. Some of the speakers said, okay, they may have left out sections, but by and large for dairy and beef and so on, that was what was happening. Our job, in my mind, if the citizens think there is a need for this, is to shift that narrative so that the policy direction is genuinely, in some way or another, not just about intensification. And the signal from all of the farm organisations yesterday was they will respond so long as the policy is matched by resources. And that's the question. It has to be really properly matched in terms of both resources for the farmers, but also resources for the work that Brendan and James and these people have been done over the years. The learning, local learning, that's what it's about. And I am optimistic, as I said, that that can be done. Thank you.
Mary?
I'll keep this quick for multiple reasons. Just to say, it's not just about getting more funding. I think there's a danger that the thing that's come out across multiple weekends now has been we all need more money. We all do need more money. It would be very nice, it would be very useful, and it is very important. But it's what that money is then used for. And there are multiple funding streams in agriculture and other areas as well. And it's a question of what balance is, where the balance of funds is, and which streams are then weighted. And some streams are going to be more effective than others. And again, James could tell you a lot more about this than I could for it. But also there's, going back to that idea of the eligibility, because obviously more money facilitates more people being involved in it. But again, the balance between the streams does that too. But sometimes they'll put in criteria such as you have to have at least 5 hectares or 10 hectares, or you'll have to have a certain type of land. And that's a question too of what sort of eligibility criteria do you want, or does the policy need? And could we have, for instance, group applications more or something like that? But I'm throwing those open as sort of points, leaving it.
Thank you very much, Mary. Thank you for those questions. Thank you to our expert advisory group, Ian, James, Jenny, Taz, Mary and Micheál. We will applaud them as they leave the stage, and we're going to switch into our next session now. So we're about to have a session now which is going to be based on environmental rights, not actually justice as it says there, but mostly environmental rights and justice will be part of it, but it's to follow up the conversations that we had last weekend, which were emerging about that. And just on that as well, somebody was asking why Art isn't here and why Tim got promoted to the top table instead. Art is actually in Australia. He's there because Ireland is about to begin important work on its electoral commission. Australia are doing the same, and it's to try and have cooperative learning, peer learning, let's say, and to make that more international, I believe, as well. But Art is also sharing learnings from the Citizens' Assembly. I said it to you before, you know, Ireland is somewhat a shining light in how Citizens' Assemblies get done and what they get done, because we've had a lot of outcomes from Citizens' Assemblies. So Art is doing that. I believe he's in Darwin at the moment. He sent a nice photo of a koala. We obviously are missing him, but Tim is a wonderful, wonderful replacement right here, right now. So we'll tell Art we missed him, but we didn't really, because Tim's doing a great job. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. We are delighted that she had time to come with us today. Áine Ryle is an incredibly busy woman. She's a professor at the School of Law in University College Cork, where she specialises in environmental law. She currently serves as chair of the Aarhus Convention Compliance Committee, and she's contributing today in her personal capacity, speaking on environmental rights of nature. But we are very delighted that she was able to make it up from Cork to speak with us and address the Assembly today. So you're very welcome, Áine Ryle.
Thank you, and good morning. I've been asked to speak on environmental rights and the rights of nature, and I understand that various submissions that you've already received raise quite a number of these issues. So I think you're very aware that there is a lot of material to consider here. And as ever, time is tight, so what I propose to do this morning is to provide a general framework. And then during the question and answer session afterwards, we can zone in on some issues that might be of particular interest to you. I've also then provided a brief background paper which sets out some references and other background reading which hopefully might be helpful. So moving then to talk first about the interconnectedness between environmental protection and the enjoyment of human rights. And it's very important at the outset to appreciate this interconnectedness. And what we mean here is that a healthy environment is essential to the full enjoyment of all human rights. And it's that strong interconnection that has led to the development and the level of interest in, the high level of interest in environmental rights. And there are two dimensions here, the substantive and the procedural. And to say a little first about the substantive side, and this generally is taken to refer to some right to a minimum level of environmental quality. And that, as you're probably aware, is often referred to generally as a right to a healthy environment. Now, the right to a healthy environment is recognized by many states right around the world, either in their constitutions as a constitutional right or in their legislative frameworks. And it's important to acknowledge from the beginning that there are a range of different models, a number of different ways that this right to a healthy environment is incorporated into constitutional instruments. An interesting development that you might want to look into a little more is something that happened at the international level in July of this year, when the United Nations General Assembly recognized a right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a human right. Now, that is a very significant development, and it has certainly triggered renewed interest and renewed momentum in the idea of the right to a healthy environment. And many would say that this is an idea whose time has come, and that's certainly something you might wish to consider further. And moving then to the procedural aspects, and what we're talking about here really is a set of rights that are seen to be essential to support and to enforce the substantive right to a healthy environment, the tools effectively that you would need to enforce the substantive right. And these are generally regarded as being three in number: the right to information on your environment, the right to participate in environmental decision-making, and the right of access to justice in environmental matters. And when we speak about that right of access to justice, what we're talking about there again is the right to enforce environmental laws, which you've already heard is so important, and that will usually involve recourse to a court. When we talk about procedural environmental rights, it's important to mention the Aarhus Convention, and I'm aware that you've heard of this convention already, but just to flag some of the key elements here. This is an international agreement, an international treaty that dates from 1998, to which Ireland is a party. And when I say that Ireland is a party, what we mean there is that Ireland has agreed to be bound by the various obligations that are set out in this convention as a matter of international law, because this is essentially a piece of international law. And essentially it requires states to guarantee the three procedural rights, the Aarhus rights as they are known. And again, it's interesting that if you look at the text of the Aarhus Convention, in particular Article 1 of the Convention, what you will see is that it presents those procedural rights, again, as being essential in order to protect the substantial right to a healthy environment. And again, the language used in the Aarhus Convention is interesting. It talks, and you'll see there, about the right of every person of present and future generations, so that important nod to the future, to live in an environment adequate to their health and well-being. So there are, again, different ways of formulating a potential constitutional right. Moving on then to say a little about environmental constitutionalism, and again, to give you a sense of the current state of play here, currently the text of our constitution, Bunreacht na hÉireann, which dates from 1937, doesn't include any reference to a right to a healthy environment or indeed to any minimum level of environmental quality. However, our courts have found that certain rights can be derived from the Constitution, even though they're not expressly mentioned in the text. So, for example, over time, the courts have recognised the right to bodily integrity, the right to privacy, and a number of other personal rights as being protected under the Constitution. And in late 2017, the High Court determined that there was a constitutional right to an environment that is consistent with human dignity, an environment that is consistent with human dignity. Now, that development, as you can imagine, attracted a lot of attention at the time, and there was quite a lot of excitement following this High Court judgment. But of course, it remained to be seen what the Supreme Court would think about this potential derived constitutional right. And we didn't have to wait very long to hear the Supreme Court's views. Many of you may have heard of a very significant Supreme Court decision from July 2020, known as Climate Case Ireland. This is Friends of the Irish Environment, an NGO versus Government of Ireland, a challenge to the legality of the government's National Mitigation Plan. And there's a lot to that case. But for our purposes, what's of interest here is what the Supreme Court had to say about the asserted right to a healthy environment. And for our purposes, it's important to note that what the Supreme Court did was to make some observations here about this asserted right to a healthy environment. And putting it briefly, the Supreme Court wasn't convinced, in this particular case anyway, that such a right could be derived from the Constitution. It questioned what that asserted right would add to existing constitutional rights, specifically the right to bodily integrity and the right to life. And if it was the case that it didn't add anything to those rights, well then the right to a healthy environment could be considered superfluous, as the court put it, and that there was no need for it. The court also considered that the asserted right to a healthy environment was excessively vague and ill-defined, or in other words, that there was a lack of detail around the parameters within which it would operate. However, having made those observations, the Supreme Court then went on to note that in the majority of other jurisdictions where a constitutional right to a healthy environment has been recognised, that result has come about by way of a particular process. So, for example, in other jurisdictions, what has tended to happen is specific wording has been inserted into the text of a constitution, either when it's being adopted first day or more commonly when it's been amended subsequently. And again, that is another way to go about recognising a right to a healthy environment. And the Supreme Court said that one of the advantages of that approach, of specifically inserting wording into a constitution, rather than a court such as the Supreme Court taking it upon itself to create this new environmental right. If you go about it the other way, then it can be subject to deliberation and democratic process, which is arguably a better way of going about it. So reading between the lines in Climate Case Ireland, that seems to be what the Supreme Court was suggesting, that rather than us purporting to create this new environmental right, there may well be a better way of doing it, such as considering whether it might be appropriate to amend the Constitution. A final word about Climate Case Ireland is that, of course, the Supreme Court left the door open, and there's no doubt that we're going to see more constitutional litigation concerning the environment into the future, and it's going to be interesting to see how that jurisprudence will evolve. So Climate Case Ireland certainly isn't the final word as regards the environment and the Constitution. We can be assured of that. But that effectively and very briefly is the current state of play there. So moving then to speak a little about the second aspect that I was invited to talk to you about, and this is rights of nature. Again, very briefly, rights of nature laws, they provide a framework, essentially, for us to reconceptualize our relationship with nature. And what this means in simple terms is that nature itself is regarded as a legal entity having enforceable rights, or nature as a legal person, if we can put it like that. And it's helpful at this point to recall that there are other non-human entities that are recognized as having rights or as being legal persons, and companies would be the most obvious example. Companies have rights in and of themselves, they have obligations, they can sue and they can be sued. So the idea of assigning rights to a non-human object or entity isn't perhaps as extreme as it might sound at first instance. It's helpful then, I suppose, to think about what the typical elements of rights of nature laws look like. And again, they tend, generally speaking, to recognize the right of nature to exist, to flourish, and to restoration if it's degraded. And you would have heard quite a number of times now, and indeed in the first weekend, about the importance of restoration. And that's something certainly to keep a careful eye on. And then if you do have rights of nature laws, there has to be some mechanism by which those laws can be enforced. So it's quite common in the jurisdictions where rights of nature have been recognized that there are various mechanisms by which it's possible to go to court should nature's rights come under threat, and if there's a risk of degradation, that there's somebody qualified to step up to defend the rights of nature in those cases, because nature obviously can't speak for itself. So again, there are a number of different dimensions there to the right of nature laws. Moving on then, and to keep in mind that there are a number of different ways in which rights of nature can be incorporated into a legal system. Some jurisdictions have done this through their constitutional law. Ecuador would probably be the most topical example there, although there are others. And again, other jurisdictions such as Bolivia, for example, have incorporated these laws into their legislative framework, and there are many other examples. And I suppose it's helpful to say that rights of nature laws have mainly been inspired and driven by developments in indigenous communities in the global south because of their particular cultural and historical relationship with nature. And then, of course, you probably would like some examples of rights of nature law in action, and there are many. Again, I've included in the briefing paper that was circulated some examples, but two recent ones. First, a decision of the Constitutional Court of Ecuador from last December. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the Constitution of Ecuador specifically recognizes in some considerable detail rights of nature. And there was this important Constitutional Court decision just last December concerning a protected forest ecosystem. And what happened there ultimately was that proposed mining in that particular ecosystem wasn't permitted to take place. A ban on mining effectively based on the constitutional right of nature. Another topical example, you may have seen it reported in the popular press, was Spain passing a law granting legal personality to the Mar Menor, which is, as you see there, a saltwater lagoon, and that law was passed very recently. So another example demonstrating that there's no doubt there are interesting developments in this area in other jurisdictions, and that these cases and these developments tend inevitably to attract quite a lot of media attention and general interest. And it's certainly something that you might want to look at more closely. What I would say, though, is that regardless of any new or innovative approaches to rights, whether it's constitutional rights or rights of nature, the issue still remains that even with those rights, you still must have the implementation and enforcement. Rights alone isn't going to do it. You have to have the other support structures that other colleagues have spoken with you so eloquently about over the last number of sessions. So again, implementation and enforcement, absolutely critical and important not to take the eye off those basic building blocks if you do want to have an effective system. So on that note then, I just want, I suppose, to draw you back to some points that you would have heard previously, because they very much intersect with any discussion around a potential constitutional right to a healthy environment, or indeed the rights of nature. And that is, again, that we already have a very significant body of environmental laws and nature laws, and it's important that they are implemented and enforced. And really, in order to do that, we must have that high-quality legislative framework that others have mentioned to you previously, and the appropriate structures and coordination to support that enforcement activity. Law on its own is no silver bullet. Law is only one part of the puzzle. It's a very important part, but on its own, it's not enough. You're going to need that additional architecture around environmental governance and enforcement. And again, just to recap very quickly, another important point that's already been mentioned to you, that necessity of expertise, capacity and resources within the public authorities that are charged with environmental decision-making and charged with environmental enforcement. Again, that's absolutely essential. And I was asked also to mention the idea of specialist environmental courts, which again I understand is something that might have piqued your interest. Very briefly, as things stand here in Ireland, we don't, certainly not in any formal sense anyway, we don't have a set of specialist environmental courts. But there have been some ad hoc developments. And what's important to note here is that the programme for government contains a commitment to the establishment of a specialist planning and environmental law court as a division or as part of the current High Court. The idea that within the High Court there would be a section dealing with planning and environmental cases. And the Department of Justice and the Department of Housing, Local Government and Heritage are currently working on moving that proposal forward. So it's important that you are aware of that, but it's only at High Court level. So again, there are some moves in that direction, and it'll be interesting to see what comes out of those proposals, but it's a very specific and quite narrow proposal. So then, just to mention the importance of a coherent approach, you've heard this before, and I think I would say we tend here in Ireland to be quite reactive in our response. Sometimes we tend to wait until there is a damning judgment from the Court of Justice in Luxembourg saying that Ireland is in breach of the Habitats Directive, the EIA Directive, whatever it might be, and then things begin to move forward. Or there's a major environmental pollution incident, and suddenly then it's all hands on deck. So that reactive approach does not serve us well. Obviously, a more considered, proactive, holistic approach, taking on board those points about coherence and getting the basics right, that would serve us far better and serve nature far better. Very final slide then with a view to finishing up. And this again, if you'll forgive me, is harking back to points you've heard before, but this is all interconnected. And I'm trying to emphasize that law on its own is only one part of the puzzle. The other dimensions are so important. And again, transparency and accountability has to be part of the picture. And the fundamental role of the Aarhus Convention rights there, and to keep those in mind, and that there must be public trust in the overall governance structure. What I would say is that environmental education, which you're no doubt aware of, and making people aware of their environmental rights and the laws that are there and how to go about enforcing them is, of course, another fundamental aspect. So on a Sunday morning, that is effectively a whistle-stop tour of environmental rights. I hope you found it helpful, and I look forward to our question and answer session now. Thank you very much.
Thank you sincerely, Anya. That was really interesting, and I'm sure there are lots of questions from the room. Now, it was a decision not to go with a discussion session for this because it's kind of things that we have already discussed, so we're actually jumping straight into Q&A on this. We'll see how well this works. We may get feedback that it doesn't. But are there questions from the room and any specifics? Joe, if this is philosophic theory, okay. Conor, can we get a microphone over to Joe there, please?
So just in regards to most states in the world being part of the UN and the UN announcing that a clean, healthy, sustainable environment is a human right, when governments support certain actors through, say, funds or etc. that destroy the environment, are they being complicit in crimes against humanity?
Okay, that's a good question to kick us off. I suppose what I would do, and I'm not trying to avoid the question at all, but what I would do is just draw it back to the broader discussion about environmental rights, which was the brief I was given, and to pick up on what you said there about the UN recognising for the first time at UN General Assembly level the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment. That's a very strong political message. And it's certainly important, and already we see it is driving more momentum for further recognition at regional level or at national level of the environmental right or the right to a healthy environment. But what's needed then is to implement or to go about giving effect to that right, and that's where the point you're making kicks in. It's one thing to declare a right and to recognise it, but then the question is, how do you make sure that it has an impact in practice? So if it's then alleged, as you're saying, that certain things happen that might well go against the thrust of a right to a healthy environment, then it's important to bring political pressure to bear on governments and to make the voice heard if people do feel that there's been a breach or something that threatens an environmental right. And unfortunately, in many cases, that may well involve engaging a court to make sure that environmental laws protecting nature, and indeed environmental rights are enforced. So it comes back to that point about the interconnectedness. You can declare a right, insist that something is important, but unless you have the follow-up and the teasing out of whether in fact the right has been breached, that's where, if you like, the rubber hits the road. So hopefully that will satisfy you for now anyway.
Okay, thank you, Anya. And because Table 9 were so quiet yesterday, I'm going to go straight back to them, Conor, with another question.
Hi, my name is Emma. I was just wondering, in terms of if we look at the constitutional change option, are we better off looking, in your opinion, at it, phrasing it within a human right, that we have a right to a clean, safe environment, or should we look at giving nature itself the rights?
Great question,
Okay,
Emma.
another great question. I suppose I'd start by saying that it depends really on how you frame it, and the way I set up the talk today was to present them separately, so again it avoids an overlap or any confusion. You certainly see in other jurisdictions a constitutional right to a healthy environment. That could be a standalone constitutional right. One thing that you might want to keep in mind there, if you're inclined to go down that road, and that's obviously a decision for you, but the right to a healthy environment involves those two dimensions, the substantive and the procedural. So it's important to keep both in mind because they do go hand in hand. What has tended to happen elsewhere is they're articulated separately, the healthy environment dimension and the rights of nature dimension, and not all jurisdictions have gone down the rights of nature road. So it's very much something for yourselves to consider. And then the related point about how you might formulate it or word it, there's a large menu of options to choose from. And I suppose the most recent UN General Assembly recognition of the right to a clean, healthy, sustainable environment gives you one example. Generally speaking, you tend to see the right to a healthy environment, an adequate environment, a safe environment, a stable climate. There is, again, a very broad range. But what you decide to do is very much up to yourself once you're clear as to what direction you're taking.
Thank you, Anya. And just to remind ourselves, we can make a recommendation that something might be put into a constitution, and we do not have to come up with the wording for it because we are not the experts on that. This was something in a previous Citizens' Assembly. There was a sticking point, but we can point a direction towards it, but we don't have to come up with the exact wording, just in case that was coming up. Okay, so we've Rebecca, table 3, and then we'll go to Jenny and on 9, and then we'll go to table 7.
Hi, Anya. Thanks very much for your talk. My name's Rebecca. Just on the point of the High Court being kind of like the body that wants to kind of, or that the government are creating the High Court as the point of accountability and legislation enforcement. Do you think that's a bit unambitious? And what would you like to see? What kind of system would you like to see? Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. I was warned that you might want my personal opinion, so I was ready for that. And you know, it's a fair question, but I'll keep it more general, if that's okay. And just to clarify first, the Constitution sets out the structure of our court system, and that's the way it has to be, because that's what the Constitution says. Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, High Court, and then lower courts of local and limited jurisdiction, Circuit and District Court. So what is proposed in the programme for government is that at High Court level, and in the context of planning and environmental law, the main types of litigation that happen at High Court level would be judicial review. That is where somebody challenges the legality of a planning or environmental decision. So what the High Court does is a very important but quite limited aspect of the overall enforcement of environmental law. There is a lot of very important environmental law enforcement that happens at district court level, and indeed some at circuit court level as well. So you're right when you say that there is environmental enforcement happening right across the different levels of court. It's not only the High Court. And you're also right when you say that the government proposal is focusing in on the High Court, because again, challenges to planning permissions, without getting into any detail there, and challenges to environmental licenses are a very significant body of work for the courts, and they take significant time and significant resources. You ask if the government proposal is unambitious, but I would say it's a very specific proposal, but there are other ways and other mechanisms that could be adopted. Again, I'm not proposing one approach or another. You could simply say that in other jurisdictions there are specialist environmental courts that are standalone courts that deal with all sorts of environmental issues right across, if you can put it like that, the court structure, from lower level to higher level type issues. Examples of that would be in New South Wales in Australia and in New Zealand, and there are other examples as well. So by focusing on the High Court, it's a limited approach, but there's obviously specific reasons for that, but other approaches are also possible. And to keep in mind that, particularly in the context of nature laws, a lot of the enforcement does happen at district court level, prosecutions for breach of Wildlife Act or whatever it might be. And at the High Court level, it's judicial review, which would involve challenging, say, a planning decision on a number of different grounds, potentially including breach of the Habitats Directive, which again would be a very, very significant piece of nature law. Again, the High Court would deal with alleged breach of environmental impact assessment, just again trying to draw it back into biodiversity collapse, which is ultimately what you're concerned about. So hopefully that's some help.
Thank you. Now, we have 2 more questions. I'm going to take them together. So Jenny's on 11 and then Tony's on 7.
Hi. It's very easy to quantify in terms of water and pollution, health, but how much focus has been put on mental health? So since COVID in particular, a lot of international studies have been done saying how important biodiversity is for mental health, particularly amongst children and young people. But in legal terms, how is that being recognised, or is it being recognised enough, especially since COVID? We've seen the damage that's done to people's mental health by not having access.
That's another very...
Jenny, sorry, Anya, I'm going to take 2 questions just in the interest of time. Thank you. Sorry, can we get the microphone to Tony as well? Here at 7. Yeah, okay.
Hi, I'm not sure if you can answer this, Anya, but in the examples that you gave, Ecuador and Bolivia, and I think Costa Rica is another one, do we know what impact the change in the law or the Constitution has made? Do we know what the before picture was and the after picture? Maybe it's too recent, these changes, but I'm just wondering, is there any measurable difference?
Thank you.
Great. 2 excellent questions, and just taking the first one about the water quality and water pollution. Certainly we have water pollution laws that are there on the statute books and there to be used and to enforced. And I think it's important to refer here to the invaluable work that's been done by the Environmental Protection Agency in particular. And you might have seen just during the week a very significant report that they published about water quality, raising awareness again of the terrible state of our water resources. And they've also, as you said there, highlighted very well, I think, the importance that the pandemic had in making us more aware of the resource that is nature, often on our doorstep, nature, the environment, our ocean resources. And I think that's a very important function that they have to highlight that awareness, because that all ties in, like gatherings like this, to generating the political will to ensure that the laws are fit for purpose and that the resources are there then, as I mentioned earlier, the capacity within public authorities that if there is a water pollution incident or if water quality is falling, that steps can be taken then to ensure that that situation is arrested and reversed. But it does come back very much to the capacity and the resources and the expertise within the public authorities to make that difference. Essentially that is what I would say there, that there are water pollution laws there. There's a licensing system that again takes account of impact on water quality, and it comes back to enforcement and implementation. As regards the second question about how have environmental rights worked out effectively in other jurisdictions, it's difficult to generalise, because just because something works in country X or country Y doesn't necessarily mean it would have the same impact here. But generally speaking, what you see reported from jurisdictions that have recognised, say, the right to a healthy environment, they report that stronger environmental laws are put in place, that there is more of an emphasis on implementation and enforcement, and that the right to a healthy environment potentially gives courts a hook on which they can then be more robust, for want of a better expression, around enforcement and ensuring those rights take effect in practice. But you do have some mixed reports sometimes, and it's again, without wanting to repeat myself, it's again because the recognition of the right is just the first step. It then has to bed down and be implemented and enforced. But generally speaking, it's considered to be a positive thing, and it again raises awareness and sends a very strong signal. If you recognise something at the constitutional level, well, then that's something that you take very seriously. So there is, to some extent, that symbolic element as well. But you don't just want it to be symbolic, so you then work in through your implementation and enforcement. So by and large, they're generally positive reports, but it can be a bit of a mixed bag if those resources aren't there to see it through.
Thank you, Anya. Can I just follow up on that in context of mental health and the right to a clean, healthy and sustainable environment? Is that kind of implicit, or has that been explicitly addressed within, you know, the UN or the Aarhus rights, etc., the mental health aspect of it?
Not that I'm aware of offhand, but I'd need to go. I'll take a look and come back to you on that one in case there's something that I've missed. Again, without getting into too much detail about the wording or the formulation, my own view is that it would be implicit. But again, you know, it's fine for us to say, well, that's implicit. It mightn't be obvious to everybody. So there's always an advantage, I suppose, to spelling things out if you've something specific in mind. But I would say that the general formula, healthy environment, tends to be quite expansive. But you might, I suppose, keep in mind what the Supreme Court said. You know, how do you define healthy environment? What are the parameters? And again, you'll often see in the world of law, when you're trying to enforce laws, there can be controversy about what the law itself actually means. And that then engages court time and resources teasing out the intricacies of, say, the Habitats Directive. And this is a very resource-intensive process, as you can imagine.
Thank you so much, Anya. I think you've done a wonderful job trying to explain the legal aspects to all of this. So we really appreciate you coming to share your expertise and your time with us today. Thank you sincerely, Professor Anya Ryle. Unfortunately, we're moving straight in to our to our next section, and this is our final kind of sector for this weekend, which is peatlands, the peatlands and biodiversity. So obviously this is something that has been quite controversial, and it's obviously been in the papers quite recently as well. We're going to take our same approach in that we're going to get the high level overview of it, and we're going to have our voices from the community as well. Now, yesterday I used a shanachal, and I didn't want to be, you know, pulling shanachals left, right, and centre. But one certainly comes to mind for this one. Is far deis na concha, no deis na concha, and it's actually probably better for citizens' assemblies in general. What it means is it's far better to have the opportunity to talk then have the opportunity to criticise. And I think that that is just one way of thinking about having all our diversity of voices included. On that, we did invite the Turf Cutters Association to be with us as part of our Voices of the Community, and they refused the invitation, but we are happy to continue to engage with them and engage with their submission. But it's unfortunate that that voice isn't in the room today. However, Seamus Boland is happily going to take that perspective and speak to the turf cutting that he engaged with in the past, and he'll speak to us about his current status on that now. So, with that in mind, we are delighted to begin this section with an overview of peatlands, and we are delighted to have Dr. Catherine Farrell, who is an internationally recognised specialist of ecosystem restoration and rehabilitation. She is a founding member of Nature Capital Ireland, and she was a leading coordinator of the Peatlands Gathering in 2021. She came up from Mayo to be with us to take us through this morning, and I believe she's going through a house move and everything else. So again, we are so appreciative of the people who are giving so willingly, so freely of their time to speak to us, the members of the Assembly. And with that, let's give Catherine a very warm welcome.
Thank you. And Tim was persuading me the last couple of weeks to come along. He said, wouldn't you love to have a break from the family? And I was like, but Tim, that's, not the right attitude to have. So I am here. Yes, I'm getting a break from the family. Hi, family. So, yeah, it's great to be here. I'm delighted to be with you. You have... You've really had a fantastic overview of so many issues relating to land use and land use change over the last couple of days. I've been dipping in as I've been travelling, and I really hope this morning that I can convey, I suppose, some of the values and some of the really intricate details of peatlands. I've only got 15 minutes. From my own perspective, I am a restoration ecologist. I started working on restoration 25 years ago in Northwest Mayo, when restoration really wasn't a word that was quite common for people, and we hear a lot about it now. Since then, I've worked on peatland restoration, wetland restoration, woodland restoration, and now I'm currently working on coastal restoration. But peatlands are awesome, and indeed nature is awesome. And I suppose one of the things that I found is that within peatlands, when we talk about, the web of life, it's almost nowhere so obvious as within the peatlands. Those intricate webs within webs, the biodiversity web within the hydrological web, and within the soil then as well. So this morning, I'm going to give you a whistle-stop tour of what are peatlands, why they develop, what's peat, where do we find them, the global context, and indeed the local context. I'll talk about why the peatlands matter, what their contributions to human society, things like ecosystem services, and focusing in then on the biodiversity component. I'll talk then about how we use peatlands and what state the peatlands are in, which is really important. What's our starting point from today? And then I'll just reflect a little bit on, how policy has changed over time. And, that word has been used an awful lot over the last couple of days. Policy and clarity is a word that I find keeps coming up, that we don't have that clarity in relation to policy and how that drives how we use these systems. So first up, peat. So I think some of you might have got a nice video of me walking through a peatland. I think Aveen sent it around. But, peat is wet. Peatlands are wetlands. And I suppose the unifying and the common denominator of all peatlands is this thing called peat. So peat is partially decomposed plant material that has accumulated over time. And it's predominantly comprised of this wonderful plant. It's a moss. Imagine a moss dominating an entire ecosystem. But in this situation, it's sphagnum moss. So it's really high carbon content. It's, vast layers of it develop over time to form a peatland. It's the qualities of this peat that have largely driven its use as a growing medium and also as a fuel. So it's often weed-free because it's been buried for thousands of years, and then of that high carbon content means that it's really good for burning. So that has sort of lent its use from the perspective of the growing medium and the fuel. But I suppose when you put the peat in the peatland, it's really sort of more the living component that brings the water and the biodiversity together, and we'll see that through the course of this presentation. So where do we have peatlands in Ireland? So we have peatlands pretty much in every county. Wexford kind of escapes, although I think there's a small fen down there, you know, the sunny southeast that kind of got away from the peat. A colleague of mine has developed a map of the peatlands of Ireland, and you can see the extent there, the red being the raised bogs, and then the blue and green being the blanket bogs. The yellow represents the area that were developed for industrial peatlands. And let's put that into the global context. So Ireland is a hotspot. So up to 20% of our land is covered in peatland or peat soils. So you can see this map showing, you know, the darker colours here in this global map show the hotspots. So Ireland is really up there. You know, we have a huge responsibility in terms of, you know, the global resource of peatlands. You can see other countries like Finland and Canada and Russia, and equally then in the tropical regions around Indonesia. So what do they look like? They look very like our own in some cases and quite different in others. So in North America, the local name there is muskeg. So that's what they call their peatlands, and it really comprises these sort of more sparsely areas of sparse conifers with then these really intricate pool systems. Finland, not dissimilar, but then when we get to the tropical regions, we see they're really different. They're tropical peatlands, they're tropical rainforests with huge volumes of peat. And many of these areas would have been drained for palm oil plantations, so that's why we hear about them in the news. And the drainage of the tropical peatlands really has led to huge risk in terms of fire and loss of livelihood, but also loss of life and huge contributions to carbon dioxide levels in the atmosphere. So tropical peatlands, you will have heard about those. Just recently, they discovered a peatland the size of the island of Britain in the Congo. So, and we're also furthering our understanding of where the peatlands are in South America. In all of these cases, the peatland, they're all different, they're all unique examples, but in each case, it's all to do with waterlogged soil, that's peat, and it's the biodiversity. So these, if you tweak one of these components, then you change the peatland. So let's get back to Ireland. Ireland has an array of different types of peatlands. We break them largely into fens and to bogs. Fens, I really have to shout them out. I think something happened there. Because they're often neglected and undervalued. Really diverse. Something has happened. I've gone into Zoom on this.
Carl, we might need you as our tech lead.
I'll just leave. I think it was because I started talking about fens, it got confused. Yeah. Okay. So fens, we would have had more of these in time, but they've largely been drained for agriculture. We've got some really good examples remaining around Pollardstown in County Kildare, and then, you know, small fragments of fens scattered throughout the agricultural landscape. And we talked about, you know, drainage of wetlands, but in a lot of cases it can be these small pockets of fens that we lose due to drainage and so-called land improvement. Our bogs are quite extensive, and here we have vast areas of blanket peatlands in the west of Ireland. And I suppose these have been a source of much inspiration for artists and poets over time, and indeed this is where I spent most of my early research days. And you can see the sphagnum moss here, and you know, the miniature sundews that are out on the peatlands. And, you know, really I would highly recommend for you to get out onto your own local peatland for a walk, just so that you can really understand and appreciate the minutiae and the wonders of the small things on these peatlands. So what do our peatlands do for us? So I've summarised here some of the services that they provide for us, and really often overlooked is their role in water quality. We talk a lot about the climate value. We recognise now that they're vast stores of carbon, and equally that they're places that can actually absorb carbon as well, so they can be a sink for carbon. And today we're focusing in on the biodiversity. And if I had time, I'd be quoting Seamus Heaney here, because really it's that sense of place, it's that day on the bog, it's really embedded in our social and our cultural psyche. The bog woman and the bog man, Seamus is going to step up, and Kieran as well, will call themselves bog people. But the biodiversity, so we continue to lose our peatlands, and I'll talk about how we've used them next, but really the biodiversity component is quite splendid and captured quite well by one of our great artists, Tina Claffey, who's a fantastic photographer. But the biodiversity, again, intricately entwined with the water and the peat. So every time we tweak one of these, we affect our peatlands. So how have we used our peatlands? Well, this is a picture of an industrial peat extraction landscape. You know, I worked in Borden for several years, working on rehabilitation and restoration of the peatlands there. This is quite a different situation. It's dry, it's not wet, there's no biodiversity here. And we're taking the peat for use as a fuel, but also as a growing media. So back to policy here, the policy driving here is food, energy. We've drained large areas for agriculture. We've drained large areas to plant trees, for timber, and we have planted our peatlands with turbines from an energy perspective. And those remaining examples that we haven't used or modified greatly, we have thankfully conserved, and we are trying to restore some of those under the Natura 2000 network. The sad story is that only small fragments of our peatlands remain intact. And most of our peatlands are actually in a degraded form. So, you know, it's not a good story that I'm presenting this morning. We continue to lose our biodiversity from our peatlands. We're losing our species like curlew. We're down to about 100 breeding pairs on our wetlands, and they're largely only on our peatlands now. So degraded peatlands, not only does that mean loss of biodiversity, but equally when we have degraded peatlands, it affects our water quality, and it also affects our carbon balance. So there's an immediate win here if we decide to work on our peatlands. And so just a quick reflection on the peatlands and how policy have changed over time, and an example of an unregulated use of peatland, very unregulated, and that's the peat extraction industry, and domestic peat extraction as well, largely unregulated. And over time, we've, you know, originally our drive was we need to heat our homes, you know, we're a poor nation. And then we realized there was money in peat and, you know, as a growing media. And, you know, there's lots of people who still only use peat as a source of fuel for their homes. And that's, you know, that's a really important consideration when we start saying we need to stop cutting peat. But we need to offer these people an alternative. And, you know, to get from this situation to back to restoration, we have to ensure that there is a true just transition. Not just sort of waffle about, oh, well, just transition, and we'll throw a load of money at that. And money isn't always the answer. It's how we use it, and it's how we engage with people that we can get the money to the ground to get the true value of the work. So over time, we've gone from dig to dam. So, you know, in terms of Borden, you can see how they've reversed their tagline, I suppose. They're now a climate solutions company. They've gone from digging peat out to now restoring. So yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good thing, and we need to ensure that we continue that changing perspective. So there are good news stories. There are positive moves in terms of restoration, and a big shout out to my colleagues in Wild Atlantic Nature Life, which are really sort of leading the charge on the restoration on the blanket bogs. The Community Wetlands Forum is just an absolute treasure and wonder to be part of in terms of the community spirit. You know, we talked about the day in the bog, and you know, this romantic notion of the cutting of the turf, and Seamus might talk about that. But now it's reversed to, you know, the day on the bog where we're actually restoring the bog, and we're actually monitoring the butterflies and all of the great biodiversity that's out there. So there's great initiatives, and for sure the state has to play a part. For sure Bord na Móna has started, and I know that Cuilche, who has over 200,000 hectares of peatland in their resources, have a lot more to do. So I haven't seen the red light yet, Tim, so you're falling behind yourself there. It's bang on time. To me, it's time to rethink our policy. You know, I'd written this slide before I came up here today, and I see that repeated in our conversations. We need to renew ambition and innovation. It's not just good enough to say, well, we'll stick a load of turbines out there. Let's think about other smarter solutions for energy so we don't have to lose a unique ecosystem to generate electricity. So this is sort of a perverse component there. We need to restore the future of peatlands for water, for biodiversity, and for climate, and that's when we'll reap the co-benefits. I've worked and I've been honoured to work in restoration through my entire career, and that is what gives me hope. And I want to extend that hope to each of you today, that if we develop a peatland action plan that focuses in on restoration, targeted restoration, doesn't, you know, uses the money wisely. It doesn't need a whole lot of money. It needs will, it needs wisdom, it needs clear thinking, it needs flexibility, but it's definitely time to restore. So, in summary, thank you, Tim. I'm on the red light now. I'm on the red one. Healthy peatlands are wetlands. They're wet. You know, they're not. If you need to have your wellies on. If you don't have your wellies on, you're not in a proper peatland. When we tweak one of the components of water, biodiversity, or the peat, we change the system. So that's when it's time for us to reverse that. Ireland's a hotspot for peatlands, so we have a responsibility to look after them. It's time to restore, and restoration takes time, but inaction is not an option, and it requires working across sectors. That means clarity of roles and responsibilities, clarity of legislation and policy, followed by regulation and enforcement. There's no point in having a policy and in having legislation when you do not enforce it. And I've seen that to the detriment of many peatlands. So we have legislation, let's use it, and let's look for solutions and opportunities. And we need leaders, and we need champions, and you're going to hear from 3 champions and leaders of peatland restoration this morning. So thank you, Gurmila Malgov.
Gurmila Mágat Hain, Catherine, that was a great presentation to bring us into this space. Thank you very much. Now, as I mentioned yesterday, land has memory and land is culture, and land also doesn't have a voice. And so we have voices from the community to speak to all aspects of this, and I'm delighted to introduce our first speaker on that. It's Seamus Boland. He's Chief Executive Officer of Irish Rural Link, which is a voluntary organisation which promotes the interests of rural communities. He's been particularly associated with Clara Bog for decades, and Seamus is going to bring us through his own experiences with peatlands. So you're very, very welcome, Seamus, to the Citizens' Assembly.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, for the introduction, and Tim and all the others who dragged me out this morning. And I know you've been working very hard. Very quickly, two kind of hats to wear a little bit this morning, and I'll quickly get the hat I would probably more likely want to speak out of the way first. I am CEO of Irish Rural Link, and Irish Rural Link's main motto is sustainable rural communities. That's our motto, has been since we were founded in '91. So therefore we've kind of pioneered, sometimes to our great expense, the idea of sustainability. And at the moment, we're managing in partnership a Farm Peat programme, which was the end result of the Clara Bog, which really is a programme not alone to compensate, it's a pilot project, so we hope it will be mainstreamed, to educate farmers who have land adjoining bogs or peatlands how to manage it, and to give them a source of pride in that management. Because up to now, that land is seen as a negative. It's seen as something, God help you, how did you end up with that piece of land? Instead of being a positive. So that's that programme. The Wetlands Forum, and you'll hear from my good friend and colleague Kieran, we founded that and we supported administratively, so that's under our umbrella, and as Catherine said, doing fantastic work. And so I'm not going to talk about that, I'll let Kieran do that. We also manage a Just Transition programme. And you see, Just Transition is a great word, it's a great phrase. For many, it doesn't seem to mean a lot, but it has to mean something. And in Irish Rural Link terms, that's practical ways and means to go from point A to point B. Not to go around the rest of the alphabet on the way, but to try and go straight. So that's what we're trying to do. So that's that hat. Love to talk to you more about that, but I know time is a problem. And I know Tim said, Seamus, you've got to be a turf cutter, those bad people that oppose everything, so you've got to be that. And I'm very proud to be that. When I was going to school, we were often teased that, oh, the fellas from the bog, the boys from the bog, or the girls from the bog. Now, usually that was delivered as an insult, and we were really saying, yes, yes, we're very proud of that, so we didn't mind that. My grandfather on my mother's side, I think, kept the homes in Athlone and Moat and that region going with cutting and delivering turf. And I'm very proud of my grandfather. He did tremendous work. World War II was a lot easier for some people, at least in that area, because he existed. And I myself cut turf with a slán, first of all, a left hand, I'm a lefty. Left-hander slán, lefty in lots of ways, by the way. But lefty in terms of the slán, which was awkward for my father, who couldn't understand it. Many things he couldn't understand about me, by the way. But that was one of them. And secondly, of course, I saw the mechanization. And even before I begin this slide, which is kind of a quick story as to how we should or shouldn't manage change, because this is really about managing change. I have to say that the ironic thing is, and I'm going to say this, Catherine, put your hands in your ears, this will absolutely annoy you enormously. But in the 10 years since the introduction of change, in other words, when we were supposed to stop cutting turf in 1998, we didn't really stop it until 2010, 12 years. The speed of cutting turf and excavation, sorry Catherine, increased at least 4 to 7-fold compared to the previous 10 years, because mechanization had just begun when we were supposed to be stopping. Just think of that. Most of the turf cut up to about the late 80s was cut by hand, except the Bordnamona stuff. But I'm talking about the domestic turf for domestic families who cut a bit of turf for themselves every year, for their own fuel, etc., etc. So most of it was cut by hand, and I know, and believe me, I don't remember those days with great joy. I loved looking at it, but doing it was another matter. And then, when we were supposed to be stopped cutting turf, the sausage machine landed, the diggers and all of those things landed, and we absolutely, in my opinion, destroyed a lot of bog when we should have had it stopped in '98. And I need you to understand how that shouldn't have and should not have happened. And what you see there on the slide before you, look, in 1988, Ireland basically decided and agreed with the EU that we should have a Habitats Directive. We were quite happy to give away loads of bog, because at that stage everybody thought, dying art, nobody's going to do that. Coming into a more modern time, hand-cutting turf, for God's sake, who's going to continue doing that forever? So we'll give away lots of bog. That was fine. It's sort of the usual slow process in the EU, finally adopted in 1992 when all the European states agreed it. And signed into law, took another bit of time, 1997. Meanwhile, we now have mechanisation fully in place. You know, it's amazing. Two sets of thought going two different directions. So in 1997, that was the end of that. We began, the turf cutters, the families, began to realise in 1998, when the brown letters came in through the door, cease and desist. Stop cutting turf. There's at least 100,000, by Irish ruling figures, people who rely on turf as their main domestic heat. So see, it's like the controversy earlier this year where we were told to stop buying and selling turf by September. How do you get a cooker out of the house and another system in place in 3 months? That was the question this year to be asked. But in 1998, the same question. How do you change a heating system that quick? How do you do that? You don't. And how do you pay for it? Because again, that 100,000 by Irish ruling figures are people on lower income. So how do you look at the cost? At current costs, it's around 20 grand. It's probably 7 or 8 at the time when all of this started. So I suppose the biggest flaw in all of that was, in fact, that the letters came through the post, they frightened the Brendan Grace out of us all, and we reacted. Everybody reacted. I'm afraid I'm talking to Mairead McGuinness, a lot younger looking, threatening to go to jail rather than be stopping cutting turf. That's the way we felt. And that's the way turf cutters and families who depend on it felt. And I suppose if you get a redundancy notice in the morning, at least you have a process where you will get some sort of, you'll be giving an alternative. There was no alternatives, none. Stop cutting turf. But we need it. Our fires, our houses are dependent on it. Tough. Figure out another way. Get more oil, which is kind of ironic. But anyway, so we spent a good few years, and then we got the famous derogation. The derogation was supposed to last in 2010. There's a great deal of mythology about that derogation. Did it ever exist or not? But it was announced ministerially, and it was there. So we all happily cut turf to our heart's content, expecting that derogation to continue. And then I discovered, because Clara Bog is where I come from. It's the iconic bog mentioned by David Bellamy in the 80s on the Late Late Show, and it is the bog that I'm so close to and love. But Clara Bog was, I discovered in a meeting in Brussels at one stage, no, you're not getting any further derogation. In fact, you shouldn't have got the one you have. In fact, the one you have doesn't exist. So then we started saying, okay, we came back to our committee of 120 people to sort of say, lads, I think we have a problem here. We're not going to be allowed to cut turf past 2010. And in fairness to the department and government then, there was a change. There was an ability and a willingness to start discussing. Now, it took us a while to get into the discussions about, well, what is the alternative? What are we going to do post 2010? So the Clara Bog Committee decided to do that. It's very funny stories, you know, lots of people making great jokes. We were selling out and all the rest. But we did come up with an alternative. And the alternative was relocation of bog. Not the absolute perfect solution, by the way, because you're still creating carbon emissions, or compensation to the tune of €1,500 per year, which, by the way, is running out shortly. And if I had longer, Chair, I could really make people laugh about how that figure was come to. There was questions in the Dáil as to how that figure was come to. Trust me, that's between me and my God at this stage, but it was very simple deduction. Anyway, 1,500 is running out, so there'll be more fun in the next couple of years over that. The solution we actually worked with, in rural terms, should I say the enemy? They're not really, Teagasc, and I see the light flashing, was that a retrofit system, the problem is not turf for many people. The problem was heating. The problem was domestic heat. That was the problem. Solve that and you solve the turf. That's what we said. In 1998, we said that. Our committee said that. And it's still taking time for that to happen. And 2 years ago, there was an announcement that we should stop selling and buying turf. There's at least 100,000 local authority houses in this country, owned by the government, owned by local authorities. None of them have had a retrofit. What's stopping that? What is stopping that? It's not the people, it's not the tenants, it's, So retrofit the houses was the solution. I suppose what I'm coming to, just so look, this is the case for the turf cutters. It's the cheapest fuel. That's just the fact. And at the moment, even cheaper. Most houses are fitted with a system that is not easily taken apart. And I see the red light on, so I'll try and finish as quick as possible. When, as I said, there were no alternatives proposed. So if you're being asked to change radically your household, please give me an alternative. I didn't dream up this as a turf cutter, as a family. So where is the alternative? It wasn't there. And of course, a lot of rural housing is still dependent on domestic fuel. As I said, at least 100,000 houses. So we agreed on the solution in Clara. We took the beautiful, and it is a beautiful, secondary site not far from us. Again, as I said, Catherine and anybody who has any care for the environment would wish that was not the solution. And as I said, we are now in Irish Rural Link, and we're the ones campaigning that pilot project, the Farm Peat project. We were the ones that are campaigning to have that happen. And finally, when we finished very raucous and tough meetings in Rahan Hall, or Clara, as it is now, with all the hardship and all the aggro and all the anger, and a lot of anger, the tenants said to myself and my colleagues, we want to be part of the next chapter of Clara Bog. That's what they asked for, despite the unbelievable militancy against the directive. And Irish Rural Link, at least, through the Wetlands Forum, through the Farm Peat project, have been putting forward those solutions. And now something like 30 farmers in Clara are part of the next chapter. So there is a roundabout solution to this. But when you're thinking about your recommendations, remember at least 100,000 households of the lower income are dependent on turf for fuel. I wish you well. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Not at all. Thank you very much, Seamus. And that a gift of storytelling is great, actually, because you have us enthralled, and we'll have a lot to discuss in our table sessions and in our Q&As afterwards. Now, I'm delighted to introduce our next speaker, who's Kieran Duggan. He's a farmer, a forester, and a bog man. I hope that's okay to say. I was called a bog person because I'm from Mayo by people in Dublin when I came up to college, first of all, and I took it as a badge of honour as well. He's connecting nature with the community as a member of Carberry Bog Committee and as a member of the Community Wetlands Forum. So, Kieran, Gurmila Magat, Asukve, and Shailin, and you, a warm welcome for Kieran, please.
Thank you. Seamus, thanks for that. That's the longest 4 minutes that I've ever heard. Things tend to happen very slowly in the bog, so So we'll forgive you for that one. Yeah. So I'm Kieran Duggan. I come from Carbery in County Kildare, in northwest County Kildare, and we have 180 hectares of bog there, owned by the community. Our community ownership of the bog goes right back to 1906, when the local landlord distributed the tenancies to his tenants, about 60 of them, and rather than deal with the sticky issue of the bog, he set up a trust, and he vested the bog in a trust, and we've been I'm one of the current trustees, and we've been looking after our bog since 1906. I want to talk about use our story to demonstrate the importance of community and wetland, and indeed in environmental assets, and how we can actually use community very effectively to protect those assets. So, in over a century, we've looked after the bog. We've used it for to provide fuel for local families, and we've protected it. Down through the years, we have resisted the several attempts to have the bog taken over and industrial extraction happen. We resisted very strongly and successfully the attempt to plant monocultural forestry on the bog. That was back in the 1970s and into the 80s. And we did that as a community without experts. We're not experts, but those things, when they were presented to us, just didn't feel right. It just didn't feel right. And so, because we have control, because we do own, the trust owns the bog, we were able to stop those things. Subsequently, it's turned out we were kind of right. The industrial extraction would have ruined it altogether. So would the monocultural forestry. So 40 years ago then, the local community council approached us. They wanted to set up a community enterprise, and that community enterprise was to provide turf to local families using mechanised means. We partnered with them, and for the last 40 years we've been doing that. Local families get their turf, but we did that, and it felt right at the time. But we confined it to one corner of the bog. So that meant that when times moved on and the environmentalists started to look at what we have, back 16, 17 years ago, we were approached, and 2/3 of our bog was designated as a natural heritage area. And we got a very official letter explaining to us what we were not to do ever again with that part of the bog, which we found funny, because that part of the bog is important to us, and it has kept that importance because we didn't do anything to it. So actually, they were telling us not to do all the things we weren't doing anyway, which again, we were able to smile, because we've been managing this bog for a long time, and it's been looking after us. And the winds of change come and go. Actually, we're still there, and the bog is still there. So I think we've been doing a pretty good job. So, come on, the lights are starting to go at me now. So come on, COVID. And we had no bog committee meetings for 2 years. We all had lots of time to think about what we were doing. We were listening to the new science. And at our first in-person meeting after COVID about a year ago, we had a discussion as to what we should do and should we maybe think about changing what we were doing with the non-designated part of the bog where we're cutting. And we said we'd investigate what was out there. We contacted the Community Wetlands Forum, and I've been involved in community development all my life, but this organisation is something else. They embraced us, and they've been showing us, and they've been helping us to look at all the different things we can do, possible things we can do. But it's other communities, not experts with shiny shoes telling us what we should do. It's other people who have grappled with the same sort of problems we've grappled with, and they're the people who have come and advised us, and we've gone to them. And sorry, I was supposed to be doing these pictures all the time as well. We're getting great help from the Community Wetlands Forum. We're very happy with that. I'm just going to tell one last little story, even though the red light is on. Last week we had a meeting of some of our local people. About 25 of us came together to start talking about the cultural importance of our bog to us, and we actually had a local writer came and read some poetry to us and stuff like that. And after that, we were chatting about things from the past, and one of the people who were the original people who cut turf with the Slane told us that about 30 years ago, one of the last times he cut turf by hand, they were around the bog, and as they were cutting, they came on down in the bog. They came on what they thought initially was a pile of sticks, but it turned out that it was the remains of a deer, skull, antlers, bones, and embers from where there had been a fire. And this was 3 meters down in the bog. Now, with our little bit of knowledge that we've gained recently, bogs grow when it's growing well. They grow at 1 millimetre a year. But that means that meal that had been had was had by somebody in our community approximately 3,000 years ago. And there's a connection back where the bog preserved that for us. I think it's up to us to preserve the bog.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Kieran. That's a lovely place to finish that, Kieran, and kind of brings us back to our starting presentation from this weekend and the one from the previous weekend as well, thinking back and thinking forwards. Now, our final voice in the community in this section is Nuala Madigan. Unfortunately, Nuala's contracted COVID and so has to join us by Zoom. So thank you, even though you're sick, Nuala, we appreciate you speaking to us this morning. She's Chief Executive of the Irish Peatlands Conservation Council, and the IPCC was created in 1982 and is now based in the Bog of Allen Nature Centre. So thank you sincerely, Nuala, for joining us at the Assembly this morning.
No, thank you for the invitation, and a special thanks to Cathal and the technical team that could bring me virtually to you in Malahide. I do apologise for not being able to attend physically. My name is Nuala. I work with a national charity, the Irish Peatland Conservation Council. Established in 1982, our mission is to conserve a representative sample of Irish peatlands for people today and future generations to enjoy. If we go back to 1982, there was no conversation around peatlands and their values. Catherine gave us an introduction there to the many values, from climate to water to inspiration, recreation, the provisioning, which we've heard from Seamus there, and indeed, of course, what we're here to discuss today, the biodiversity. So I'm sure over the course of the Citizens' Assembly, you have received numerous figures in relation to Ireland's biodiversity. But in this peatlands talk, I wanted to just bring peatland and the biodiversity and some of the statistics around our peatlands. So are they important for biodiversity? Well, we know 17.6 are up as the mapping of peatlands continues. About 1/5 or 20% of Ireland's landscape is peatland. So that's significant. 15% of the original flora of Ireland are peatlands. Plants, 14% or 59 species of Irish birds occur on peatland, most as breeding species. 26% of Ireland's mammals are dependent on peatlands in some phase of their life cycle. And 65% of Ireland's butterfly species found in Ireland are found on peatlands. And there are two species that totally rely on bogs for breeding, the large heath and the green hairstreak. The image here is of one of our peatland types that we found in our upland areas, our blanket bog habitats. So what's the status of our peatland biodiversity? And I open this with a statistic I'm sure at this point that you're aware of, that only 10% of Ireland's biodiversity has been assessed. So we do know some facts around peatlands, but do we know the whole picture? The answer to that would probably be no. We know that 75% of our peatland habitat has been mined or drained, and then less than 1% remains active today. The status of our peatland habitat, according to the 2019 EU status of Irish habitats, raised bog active is bad, degraded raised bog is bad, blanket bog active is bad, and transition mire is bad. So the overall picture there isn't looking too healthy. 26.6% or 8 of the bog forming sphagnum mosses are on Ireland's red list. And Catherine mentioned earlier that these are the mosses that form our bogs, that build our bogs for thousands of years. 44% or 26 of the peatland bird species on Ireland's red list are on Ireland's red list, and that includes the curlew, which was also mentioned today. 98% decline in population since the 1980s. I know recently we've undertaken a red grouse survey, so lots more to learn in terms of the status of our bird species. And 19.6% of our peatland plants are on our red lists as well. So when you look at this picture and the value of peatlands for biodiversity, do they have a value? The answer is yes. In terms of the status of peatlands and their biodiversity, is it a healthy? And the answer, unfortunately, is no. But what does that mean for peatlands? Is it too late to halt peatland biodiversity loss? And my answer to you this morning is no, it's not. There are steps that we need to take. The Irish Peatland Conservation Council, our work is guided by peatland conservation action plans. Our 6th action plan is halting the loss of peatland biodiversity, and I will make sure to send a link on. It's available on our website to make sure that that is available in your member areas of the Citizens' Assembly. But there are steps that we can take to halt peatland biodiversity, and I know you'll probably be discussing as the Assembly there later on this morning what steps would be appropriate. The first step is the protection of designated sites, and it should be central to our action. And what I mean here is that we have protected sites as special areas of conservation and natural heritage areas. But in 2017, we went about a redesignation of natural heritage areas on peatlands in Ireland. And that designation has never been completed. So we're 5 years on now, heading into our 6th year. And the formal designation of our NHAs just hasn't happened. Thanks to research, we know what we need to do and we know how to do it. And that is restoration and rehabilitation. Over the past 40 years, the volume of research into peatlands has allowed us to now understand the diversity of the ecosystem services they offer us all, and the research into how we can best manage those. We now understand the restoration and rehabilitation techniques that we can implement. We need to carry out and complete inventories on peatland biodiversity. We need to continue to learn because if we are going to halt the loss of peatland biodiversity, we need to know where we are with it so that we can begin to take action. And in some cases, you know, we have to be wary about taking action, and that sometimes it doesn't need our help either. We just need to be aware of it. But in terms of peatlands, there's definitely species that do need our support and our help today. We need to encourage landowners and peatland custodians to engage in active protection of peatland biodiversity through an adequately funded national scheme. 69% of our peatlands in Ireland is in private ownership. Any transition from, as we heard from Seamus, the transition from the use of peat in our homes in Ireland, the families, the peatland custodians, the landowners, whatever term we use to describe them, they have to be supported. They have to be adequately funded to do that scheme. And I heard Mary say that sometimes money isn't the right way to go about just throwing money at a problem, but it is definitely a start. We heard how Seamus said, and we all know from many of our homes, the traditional means that we use to heat our homes in this country, and a retrofit scheme is definitely required for many of our older homes. We need to raise awareness and provide education materials of the services peatlands offer and their importance for halting the loss of peatland biodiversity. You know, that goes across our generations in our communities. So one gap we see is within the post-primary. There is no curriculum linked course or program that students in our post-primary education system can learn about within our farming, in our green certs, the knowledge in terms of the importance of biodiversity and peatlands and halting the loss of peatland biodiversity should be discussed and brought in to the settings there as well. And I know you've heard about policy and plans, and again, I'm not going to be the first one to say it, but we do need to integrate peatland biodiversity into all government departments and development plans. And there are clashes in policy within our government, and I was recently away in the West, and we saw how farmers taking part in the Wild Atlantic Nature have this monoculture of forestry on their land. This forestry, you know, was policy. It was what they were encouraged to do. But now, as they begin their journey into restoration of their peatland sites, they're seeing this as a problem. And then we go to, I also visited a peat horticultural site, and their challenges in transitioning from peat, in that they don't have enough wood chip and bark, you know, to actually integrate the transition away from peat. So I could talk probably for hours on the challenges that are out there in policies. But there are steps we can take. And my important message to you is that any action we take, none of us can go back and change our past. We can't go back to the 70s. We can't go back to the 80s. We have to accept where we are with our peatland biodiversity loss. But we also have the benefit today of the understanding and the research and all of the fantastic projects that are going on today that weren't happening 15 or 20 years ago. But there's much work that still has to be done through engagement, research, and active work on our ground as well. I'd like to thank you for your time, and the slides I hope will be available for you as well.
They will indeed. Thank you very much, Nuala. So we'll have our roundtable discussion. We're so far behind on time. I'm so sorry, facilitators, but we might just cut this to 20 minutes, if that's okay, to make sure we get our questions and answer session in. I think something that's emerging from those talks is, you know, we have to respect the history that we've had and honour that, and honour the generations that went before us who had horrible days on the bogs, although it might be remembered romantically now. I remember my granddad and my own father saying, Jesus, they were tough days. But they're part of our history and they're part of our heritage. It's to try and now consider how we can move that forward and bring that sense of pride to a new space. And potentially this is something that the Assembly can consider and make recommendations on. So you have time to discuss it now before we bring it back to the panel for questions. Oh, sorry, Catherine. I couldn't see you. You're right in front of me. Again, we have a lot of questions coming in through the Google spreadsheet. But again, we will follow up on anything we don't get covered now in our Q&A. But I'm just going to open it to the floor. And please, could we have people who haven't spoken yet would be great if your table doesn't mind nominating you. Excellent. So we've done a table 3. We have table 10. Is it Anne? Okay. So table 3 first of all.
Hi. We were just wondering, when it comes to building roads and infrastructure, biodiversity doesn't seem to get the priority that it deserves, especially when it's going through bogs. I come from County Louth and we have a bog in RD, and they're currently talking about building a massive road through it. So with the endangerment of the curlews and whatnot, we're just wondering, like, why does this not get adequate consideration when assessing environmental impacts?
Thank you, Donna. Who would like to take that? And Nuala, I realise you're there as well if you want to wave, if you want to take any questions. You want to take this one?
No, well, one of the things I'd say is that one of the work of the Irish Peatland Conservation Council, I'm very familiar with the site in County Louth RD Bog. And again, I suppose it goes back to policy and departments within the government. I don't know why the considerations aren't taken in, but one of the works that we do is respond to planning applications, and we do a lot of scoping documents as well on raising the concerns of peatland biodiversity that we have for developments, but in terms of why in particular it doesn't get the attention that it should get in terms of our policies and plans, maybe another member of the panel might be able to support better.
Thanks, Nuala. Kieran's going to take this as well, and Seamus.
What I would say there is don't underestimate the power of community, and if the agencies aren't listening, make a racket.
The only question I'd probably throw back a little bit, usually when you build a road, there's an environmental impacts analysis done, and I'm just asking, that should have been done, and I'm wondering what the results were, because normally when you go to do something like that, there are a lot of planning stuff to do, so I'm surprised in a way that they're doing that, but it'd be interesting to see what the environmental analysis, impact analysis is.
Thank you. And we actually have urban and planning in our next weekend, so hopefully we can get even more answers to that, Donna. Now, Anne at table 10.
Thank you for your contributions. And one of the things we noticed is that there were so many voices from the peatlands today. There was the different groups that you are all representing, and then there were all these plans and like Nature and all of these other organisations, plans, initiatives that all seem to be tied in, and it seemed to be an awful lot of I suppose labels, organisations, groups working. And what we really wanted to know is, to what extent do the various organisations engage and collaborate with each other? And then, more importantly, is there an action plan that makes provision for both financial and communicative collaboration across agencies regarding peatlands and biodiversity? Thank you very much.
Lovely, thank you, Anne. Who would like to, Seamus?
Okay, firstly, another hat I wear as chair of the Peatlands Council, which is a group of stakeholders which manages, and they have produced, and there's a new one to be produced very shortly, what they call the National Peatland Strategy. So that's on the various websites and can be seen. In terms of the organisations working together, I think there's a lot of organisations working together, but and this is almost against ourselves. We're, at the end of the day, we're a voluntary organisation as well, as indeed Kieran and anyone else who's been speaking about this. I would argue that that you need a national real strategy. Now, I'll argue strongly in favour of Parks and Wildlife, They have been regenerated, I think, in the last year or so, in the last couple of budgets. That's a good sign. They were reduced enormously during the recession years. They took an awful hit, and that was not good for this process. But I would argue, rather than us begging sometimes for programs to bring in, as I talked about the Farm Peat program, or Kieran in the work he's trying to do with Carberry Bog, instead of us all the time coming forward with solutions that don't get funded, I would argue it should be the other way around, and it's not. And I think, in a way, I think the responsibility on us is way above our pay grade.
Thanks, Seamus. Catherine?
Yeah, I might just, there is more collaboration through the Acres cooperation projects now and the Wild Atlantic Nature IP, you can see that alignment of nature conservation objectives and farming objectives. So that's a real move towards the right direction, because prior to this, they were not working together, not communicating at all in terms of shared perspectives for nature and farming. And of course, a lot of that is down to the leading work that James and Brendan started a couple of decades ago. But we really need a proper, there's a strategy there, and I was actually there when it began, and it just was a response document, a reactionary document, really, to a demand from the EU in relation to where are we at with organising our thinking about peatlands. But a strategy needs to have actions and resources and timelines and targets, and not just a sort of a bland, we'll all work together and we'll all do nice things together and we won't say bad things about each other. It has to have defined actions, and people have to be accountable and timelines set for that, and it's not there, and that's what we need. It's an action plan as opposed to a bit of an old blurb somewhere. Nuala, you wanted to say something on it.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to highlight, though, peatlands, as we know, are very much part of Irish people. And as part of that within the government, one of the challenges I think we have is they're crossing government departments. Peatlands are involved in the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Energy, the Department of Local Government and Heritage and Communications. And I think while we have the Peatlands Council and, like Seamus, the Irish Peatland Conservation Council engage with that, we do need to bring our government departments together when policies are being drawn up in terms of peatlands, because they do cross so many cultural sectors of our communities.
Thanks, Nuala. Comprehensive answers to all that. We'll take another question. Okay, we've question one, and then Sheila, I'll come back to you if that's okay. So I'll take table one first of all. There's two hands if you want to discuss among yourselves. Ailish, thank you.
Hi, my name's Ailish. So one of the things, just from my own personal experience, is the current schemes for the low-income families, etc., they're still using turf. Is there any recommendations for new schemes or new possibilities to actually change the heating? Because currently you still need a big chunk of money to get the system done and support that may be funded, and then there's a crazy wait time to actually go and get it implemented. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. First of all, just to say something I didn't say, like 94% of turf cutters and their families have accepted the designation, are in part of the programme and indeed some of the compensation schemes. So just to say that, in case that's good news really. In terms of the low-income families, this is what worries me, and I'll be honest with you, everybody I know was happy with the budget, but in this area I was not happy. I said before, the problem is retrofit. The problem is heating. Solve that and you have less problems with peatlands. So I would argue that the 1500 is running out shortly, and there's in many cases nothing done to change the heating system in those houses. That's a problem that's going to have to be faced, and it should have been faced at last budget. So that has to be solved. And I would argue we are not urgently retrofitting. I know there's problems, I know there's shortage of labour and all sorts of problems, but it doesn't seem to be an urgent priority. They will have to, in my opinion, continue that subsidisation of low-income households that stop cutting turf until they resolve it some other way.
Okay, thanks, Seamus and Ailish. Chris, was that the same kind of... Okay, and Sheila at table 5, and then we'll come to James at 13.
So building on the ending of the compensation and something that was said yesterday by one of the farmers in terms of building an economic model, what, if any, opportunities are there to create economic development in boglands other than turf cutting that doesn't cause biodiversity? Or do we need a tailored approach like we heard in farming on a case-by-case basis?
Okay. Yeah, I would argue let's start dealing with the wetlands, and Kieran is very much involved in the Wetlands Forum, which we support and administer. Let's deal with them as local assets. Let's start dealing with them as local assets. Many wetland areas or boglands or retired boglands contribute to the water system, so they're already working towards the local economy. It's just they're invisible. Yeah, there will be biodiversity. I mean, in Clara, if you visit Clara Bog now, you'll see, I don't know, much worth of hardware measuring weather systems, measuring air quality, measuring all sorts of stuff. So there are a number of scientists employed. There were a number of people over the last few years in restoration employed. There is a tourist element. Don't ever write off that. That's an important element. And there may be other economic advantages, including if, depending on where the bog is, it can be a site for solar and other forms of energy as well. So my argument back to you, I would say, that really, I would love to sit with a group of scientists and planners to say, how can we turn this asset into an economic driving?
If I could just add quickly, that's a really good question, and that's a question that we're actively in our community looking at and brainstorming on. And there are lots of ideas coming forward, but it's a really good question. I'm confident there are lots of opportunities there. We have to think outside the box, but that's live question right now that we're thinking about. Yeah.
And Catherine as well?
Well, I was just going to say about payments for ecosystem services. So, I mean, we have this perception that we have to be doing something with something in order for it to have value. You know, that we have to use it to, you know, or we have to be out breaking our backs, cutting turf in order to have a sort of a manifest value. But by having healthy peatlands, by restoring and bringing them back to good health, you know, there's a market there for, you know, having good habitat quality, water quality, for not having to pay for, you know, flood control further downstream. So we need to look at, you know, all of the costs that we're offsetting by restoring these areas. And then, of course, the carbon side of the house. So in the UK, they have developed a peatland code where when you restore your peatlands, you get a value, or you get a credit, or you get a payment for the carbon stored. So looking at those sides of market type approaches, changing the market. So everything is market driven, but, you know, just to sort of change that mindset that we have to be using it to be of value. Now, you can have a limited lower level of food production on these sites as well, in terms of managing for grazing and all that sort of thing, but it has to be at a right level, and that can be linked back then to, you know, payments for habitat quality. So, you know, it's about changing the mindset, and I think I might have preempted what you were going to say, Nuala, but I would never second guess you.
No, you're 100%, Catherine, and what you thought there. I was also going to comment on natural capital. Our natural world provides us with many services. They don't have to always show, you know, the benefits. But you've mentioned it there perfectly in terms of you know, the ecosystem services that they do offer, from flood control, water regulation, clean, healthy water, and as you said, carbon, and indeed biodiversity. We're all part of a wider web of life, and peatland biodiversity is part of that, and it does provide us with a service. But also agreeing with Seamus and what he has said as well in terms of recreation, you know, and local businesses there. You know, there are opportunities, but we can't forget those ones that would be less traditional than what we typically expect.
Thanks,
Those are
Nuala.
the-
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to take James's question and a brief answer to that. So if we can get the microphone to 13. I hope I have the name right.
Hi, sorry, it's Liam. Sorry.
Liam, sorry, Liam. My apologies.
No problem. I'm just wondering that, is there a way that we can, with renewable energy, we can integrate them better into areas with less impact on biodiversity and of more benefit to local communities? Because, like, at the end of the day, we're trying to heat our houses with an alternative source, and is renewable energy, example wind farms, a possibility, and how they can be integrated better with less impact on biodiversity?
Great question, Liam. And
Thank you.
Kieran?
Yeah, again, I'm going to say to you, watch this space, because our group are exactly looking at that. We have a really successful local energy enterprise that has been working. We happen to be using turf. We are looking at the possibility of replacing that energy with solar. Now, there are regulatory barriers, one after the other, like a horse jumping course in front of us, but they're beginning to come down slowly. But we have to be able to swap out burning peat for renewables. We have to be able to.
Yeah, I think, you know, the issue with the renewables and the peatlands, I mean, peatlands have always been seen as wastelands, and it goes back to that thing of, well, we better be using them for something and rather to be using them for, you know, something that's perceived as a green solution. But draining peatlands to produce, you know, that green solution is, I think you can see it's not the right solution. And we know that now, but I think that's what I was referring to in terms of ambition and innovation. So the ambition being to think outside the box. So rather than going for the easy win, we have this peatland over here, no one's doing anything, we'll stick a load of turbines on it or solar panels. To think about innovation and smart solutions. We're very smart people. We know how to do things, not just take the easy win or the sort of easy out. That's what I would say.
I think that's a good place to leave it. Thank you sincerely to Catherine, to Seamus, to Kieran, to Nuala for that great discussion, and thanks again for the questions and answer session as well to everyone. Now we're going to have a coffee break. We'll come back at 1:45 for our last, and it's all discussions now. There's no more presentations. This is just us talking. Okay, enjoy your coffee.
Great willingness to listen.
you got everything that you wanted to down. And I wanted to say as well, you know, if anyone wants to include mind maps and various ideas as well, you know, give that to the facilitators too. We can scan them and include them in the summaries of the discussions that are coming through. It feels like there was a lot of good chat happening there. I was suggested to summarize some things, and like I didn't get even around to looking at all the tables, but some things I did spot coming out was, you know, tackling the cheap food policy in some way, looking at courts specialisation came up in a couple of tables, education and public engagement for officials as well as the public seems to be coming out from a lot of tables as well. And just to that point, it'll be on the last Saturday that we're going to specifically look at education and public engagement. There's a couple of good submissions in on that. So next weekend, we're going to look at marine, freshwater, urban and planning, and a couple more bits in the between. It'll be from the mountains to the sea, so we'll incorporate all those elements of that. And I just want to say thank you to everybody again for all of your investment in this, your engagement in this. I know you're all having the conversations and you're thinking about it at home. I want to remind you, you are the best PR of the Citizens' Assembly, so do keep telling people it's happening. Let them know people are able to get involved in this policy-making discussion. Let them know what you make of it as well. And on that, it's such a great room. Like, I've really enjoyed all the various conversations with everybody. Like, we had a tech corner of software engineers, all women in STEM, last night at dinner. I found out that Ellie, our Leaving Cert student, is going to have her mocks in the next 2 weeks. So best of luck with that, Ellie. And she may well consider a future in law and politics based on her experiences here. And Coach had to go early, but she's due a great grandchild tomorrow morning. So we'll hear more about that hopefully the next time as well. I want to thank everybody involved in all of the work that's been happening over the weekend. And it's a lot of people, particularly Quality Matters, Caroline and the team of facilitators and note takers. You're contributing so much to this work in taking everything down and summarising it and feeding back how it's going. So thank you sincerely to all of you guys. You can applaud to that. I want to thank Matthew, Corrine and all the hotel staff, Connor, Joe, Mark and Eddie and Pi for all of the great camera work, because there are a lot of people tuning in online and live on Twitter and things like that. So it's really great that we have that accessibility, I think, into the work that we're doing. Lisa and Darren, who are incredibly busy with ISL all over the weekend. Thank you to the Secretariat, which is a massive team behind all the logistics in this. Tim, Cahill, Lorraine, Connor, Caroline, Lorraine, Sexton, Denise, Julianne, Katie, Niall, Roisin and Caitlin as well. Jerry is on the sound. Thanks to Sabrina and Ronan at Q4 for making sure that all the press statements that go out are up to date and correct and getting all the coverage. And you might have seen, you probably didn't because we were at dinner, most of us, but the 9 o'clock news had a good piece on it yesterday, which is great to see. Thank you to all of our panelists and speakers. We had 24 speakers over the weekend, and we think this might be a record for citizens' assemblies in Ireland. We squashed a lot. We got a diversity of voices. We got the spectrum of opinions, and that was something that came out in your reflections from the last weekend. So I hope you hit that mark this time. We also had 36 people ask questions from the room. I think that's pretty good going for considering the numbers that we have in the room. So that's really great. I want to especially thank our advisory group, Ian, Taz, Jenny, Mihal, James, Mary and Clodagh, who are on hand to answer all of the questions. And their work is invaluable as well in the background for the planning and considering, you know, who should be here and what other aspects we should be thinking about in the planning as well. So thank you sincerely to the EAG. That's it for this weekend's session. I hope you will all be able to come back and for the next one, the 5th and 6th. I'm really looking forward to seeing now how the drafting goes with the recommendation and that process. And don't worry, we will have something really concrete to show for all of this work at the end of November. So thank you all so much. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. We'll see you soon.